घागुऱ्या वाजती, पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती, पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती, पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती.
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती,
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती,
नाचत नाचत
नाचत नाचत नाचत नाचत आले गणपती. पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती, पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती, पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती.
अंगी शेंदुराची उठी, अंगी शेंदुराची, अंगी शेंदुराची, अंगी शेंदुराची उठी.
माथा शोभतसे किरीटी, माथा शोभतसे किरीटी.
केशर कस्तुरी ललाटी, केशर कस्तुरी ललाटी.
हाती मोदकाची वाटी, हाती मोदकाची वाटी, हाती मोदकाची, हाती मोदकाची, हाती मोदकाची वाटी.
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती,
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती,
नाचत नाचत
नाचत नाचत नाचत नाचत आले गणपती. पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती, पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती, वाजती, पायी घागुऱ्या वाजती. तुका म्हणे पाही पाही, तुका म्हणे पाही पाही, विठ्ठल गणपती तुझा नाही, विठ्ठल गणपती तुझा नाही. विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल
गणपती 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 गणपती,
विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल
गणपती 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 गणपती,
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल
गणपती गणपती,
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल
गणपती गणपती,
विठ्ठल
गणपती
विठ्ठल
गणपती,
विठ्ठल
गणपती
विठ्ठल
गणपती.
विठ्ठल गणपती तुझा नाही, विठ्ठल गणपती तुझा नाही.
तुझा नाही, तुझा नाही, तुझा नाही, तुझा
सहनावतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। त्वमेव माता च पिता त्वमेव त्वमेव बन्धुश्च सखा त्वमेव त्वमेव विद्या द्रविणं त्वमेव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव त्वमेव सर्वं मम देव देव। समस्तजनकल्याणे निरतं करुणामयं नमामि चिन्मयं देवं सद्गुरुं ब्रह्मविद्वरम्। Now let us first warm up for 2 minutes. It is jogging running in the same place, but don't move from there. Let us start. And always be cheerful. So the body will warm up. And when the muscles are warmed up, they expand. So there will be no fear of any injury. And breathe nicely. Are you doing okay? I hope all of you are enjoying. Just do, run. I could see that some children are really doing well and others are trying their best. And after some days, everybody will be doing great. Nine seconds more. Yes. Now relax. Take a deep breath through the nose. Don't breathe through the mouth. Deep breath. Fill your lungs with maximum air. Then relax. You can breathe out through the mouth or through the nose. Yes, now keep the legs little apart and the hands like this. We'll do squatting, then push-ups. We'll do 3 rounds, 10 times each. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now immediately we'll do push-up 10 times. Keep the shoulder, keep the hands below the shoulder and stretch the legs as far as possible. It will be 10 times. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Now bring the knees down and hands near the knees. Get up. We'll do the second round of squat and push up. 10 times. And don't rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. At this time, always be careful that the knees are not going ahead of the toes. It should remain behind the toes. Then push-ups 10 times. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bring the knees down, the hands near the knees, and get up. No rest, don't take any rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get up, then push up. This is the round number 3, last round. So push up, then leg stretch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If you are doing this, automatically you will burn fat. You don't have to take any equipment, or you don't have to use any dumbbells or anything. Now we'll do the Trikonasana. Now stretch the legs. Then you have done last time. Turn your body to the right side. Then take the hand up, right hand up, and slowly bend and try to touch the toes. But how far your hand is coming, that is okay. But don't overstretch. Slowly. Breathe out. Whenever we are bending forward or bending down, always breathe out. Now my hand came this much. Then let me lift the left hand and slowly bend the body down. Slowly bend the body down and look to the front. But the knees will remain straight, no bending. Then lift the hand and do the same thing. Always maintain the balance. Then bring the right leg to the previous position. Do the same thing. Bend the body to the right side and also the left leg. Bend 90 degree. Take the left hand. Keep the leg straight. Slowly bend and lift the right hand. Keep the body very relaxed. And look up. And always be cheerful. Don't strain the mind. This is one round. We'll repeat the same thing. This is the second round we are going to do. Bend, lift the left hand, So second time it's a little easier because the muscle is now stressed. This is a triangle posture. Now to the left side. Be careful so that your body will not fall back. The last round. Now lift the body. Then the final posture in this round. Now come back. Now stretch the legs. Now our muscles are relaxed and we'll do ready for jumping jack. If you have any problem with the leg and if not good carpet or good padding, then it is better to use the shoes. Always it is good to use the shoes so that there is no pressure or your leg will not be hurt. Okay, first keep the legs together. Ready for the jumping jack? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Faster. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now relax. Relax. Actually, you can do 100 times depending on the time, but this is good so that your heart is pumped up. Now we'll do the asanas lying down on the floor. Lie down, looking up. This asana is called Uttana Padasana. Pada means the foot. Uttana means lifting up. So keep both the palms by the side of the body so it is stable, 6 inches apart. Now lift the right leg. How far you can bring, you just bring it. Now where it stops, then pull it. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then bring it down slowly. Then lift the other leg up. It is Uttana Padasana. Lift the left leg, then pull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is one round. 2 more rounds you will do. Now lift the right leg. Pull. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then bring the right leg down and it should remain flat on the ground. Then lift the left leg. When you are pulling, the right leg should stay on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. The final round. Lift the right leg. pull it towards you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then the left leg up, pull, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then bring the legs down and relax. Take a deep breath. Next asana is keep the body little lifted, the upper part of the body, and legs together and the hands by the side of the body. This cycling exercise. First lift the right leg, keep it straight. Right leg knee will not bend. Keep the right leg straight and the left leg will not touch the ground. Left leg, keep it little above the ground. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, opposite. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now take the body down and legs, keep it straight, don't touch the ground till you count 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bring it slowly down and relax. And relax. Take a deep breath. Next asana will be Sarveshananda. That means standing on the shoulder. Turn to your left side and sit down. Then lie down like this. We have to lift our entire body and stand on the shoulder. Keep both the hands here for support. Slowly lift your legs, then lift the entire body. Till you count 20. In the mind you count. I will count loudly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Then take the legs a little back slightly and bring the body down. And slowly bring the legs down, slowly. Slowly. And when the legs are 45 degrees to the ground, again count 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Bring it down. Now relax. Take deep breath. Now keep the body little up like this, the head little up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Then keep both the legs like this. You will try to touch the feet, but not completely. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Now you have to sit up, turn to the left and sit up. We'll do it 10 times. Keep both the legs up and we'll bring the knees and try to touch the chest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Then relax, lie down and just relax. Keep the legs apart, relax. Relax the body. This asana is called Savasana, a dead man's posture. Like how a dead man is lying but not moving at all. The benefit of this asana is depending on how quiet we are able to keep our body. To that extent, mind will also be quiet. And once the quietening depends, then we don't have to depend on the body. Our mind can be quiet at any time. Keep both the legs 6 inches apart, the hands 6 inches away from the body, palms facing up, slightly bend the toes forward, bring them back and relax. Shift your attention to the calf muscles. Relax the calf muscles, relax, relax, and forget. In this way, we are trying to shift our attention from one part of the body to the other part of the body. This is called thought inspection or thought massage. We are massaging our body through thoughts, not through hands, but through thoughts. Now shift your attention to the thigh muscles. Relax the thigh muscles, relax and forget. Relax each and every part, the hands, relax, relax. Observe your heart, how it is working all the time without taking any rest. relax the heart. Just suggest, relax, relax, and forget. Concentrate on the lungs. Take a deep breath. Breathe out and relax. Have happy face. Relax the facial muscles and forget. Make the mind cheerful. Have cheerful thoughts. Let the mind be relaxed. The entire body is relaxed. Stay apart from the body. Think that you are going away from the body. Go up. Let the body stay here. Mentally you go up. And from there you see your body as an object. Just like how you are seeing a tree, a stone. The body is lying here, but you are not in the body anymore. That's why the body is not able to move. Just think this way. Make some distance between yourself and the body. And realize that you are not the body. You can stay without the body, but the body cannot stay without you. Now slowly come down and enter into the body. The body gains life. Slowly open your eyelids, move the toes, move the fingers, and turn your body to the left side and get up and do a final prayer. Because of Pujya Gurudev's grace, we are able to do this one, this asana, so we will express our gratitude. Om Sarve Bhavantu Sukhinah, Sarve Santu Niramayah, Sarve Bhadrani Pasyantu, Ma Kaschid Dukkha Bhag Bhavet, Asato Ma Sadgamaya, Tamaso Ma Jyotirgamaya, Mrityorma Amritam Gamaya. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vasishyate. Om Santi Santi Santi. Hari Om Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om. Thank you so much. Every day do little practice. Hari Om.
Om Shri Ganeshaya Namaha. Om Shri Saraswatyai Namaha. Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Om Tachayyoravrimahe Gatun Yajnaya Gatun Yajnapataye Daivi Swastirastunah Swastirmanushebhyah Urdhvanjigatu bheshajam Shanno astu dvipade Shanchatushpade. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Sahasra Shirsha Purusha Sahasrakshat Sahasrapat Sabhumim Vishwato Vrutva Atyatishthad Dashangulam Purusha Evedagut Sarvam Yadbhutam Yaccha Bhavyam Utamrutatvasyeşanah Yadannena tirohati Etavanasya mahima Ato jaya guscha purushaha Padosya vishva bhutani Tripadasya amritan divi त्रिपादोर्ध्व उदयित्पुरुषः पादोऽस्येह भवात् पुनः ततो विश्वं व्यक्रामत् शासनानशने अभि तस्मात् विराडजायत विराजो अधिपूरुषः स जातो अत्यरिच्यत पश्चात् भूमिमथो पुरः यत्पुरुषेण हविषा देवा यज्ञमतन्वत वसन्तो अस्यासीदाज्यम् ग्रीष्म शरद्धविः सप्तास्यासन् परिधयः त्रिसप्तसमिधः कृताः देवा यद्यज्ञं तन्वानाः अबध्नन् पुरुषं पशुं तयज्ञं बर्हिषि प्रोक्षन् पुरुषं जातमग्रतः तेन देवा अयजन्त साध्या ऋषयश्च ये तस्माद्यज्ञात् सर्वहुतः सम्भृतं पृषदाज्यं पशुगुस्तागुश्चक्रे वायव्यान् आरण्यान् ग्राम्याश्च ये तस्माद्यज्ञात् सर्वहुतः ऋचः सामानि जज्ञिरे छन्दागूसि जज्ञिरे तस्मात् यजुस्तस्मादजायत तस्मादश्वा अजायन्त एकेचोभयादतः गावो जज्ञिरे तस्मात् तस्माज्जाता अजावयः यत्पुरुषं व्यदधुः कतिधा व्यकल्पयन् मुखं किमस्य कौ बाहु कावूरूपादा उच्येते ब्राह्मणोऽस्य मुखमासीत् बाहुराजन्यः कृतः ऊरू तदस्य यद्वैश्यः पद्भ्याहुशूद्रो अजायत चन्द्रमा मनसो जातः चक्षुः सूर्यो अजायत मुखादिन्द्रश्चाग्निश्च प्राणाद्वायुरजायत नाभ्या आसीदन्तरिक्षं शीर्ष्णोद्यौ समवर्तत पद्भ्यां भूमिर्दिशः श्रोत्रात् तथा लोकागु अकल्पयन् वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसस्तु पारे सर्वाणि रूपाणि विचेत्य धीरः नामानि कृत्वाभिवदन् यदास्ते धाता पुरस्ताद्यमुदा जहार शक्रः प्रविद्वान् प्रदिशश्च तस्रः तमेवं विद्वान् अमृत इह भवति नान्यः पन्था अयनाय विद्यते यज्ञेन यज्ञमयजन्त देवाः तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्यासन् ते हनाकं महिमानः सचन्ते यत्र पूर्वे साध्याः सन्ति देवाः अद्भ्यः सम्भूतः पृथिव्यैरसाश्च विश्वकर्मणः समवर्तताधि तस्य त्वष्टा विदधद्रूपमेति तत्पुरुषस्य विश्वमाजानमग्रे वेदाहमेतं पुरुषं महान्तम् आदित्यवर्णं तमसः परस्तात् तमेवं विद्वानमृत इह भवति नान्यः पन्था विद्यते यनाय प्रजापतिश्चरति गर्भे अन्तः अजायमानो बहुधा विजायते तस्य धीराः परिजानन्ति योनिम् मरीचीनां पदमिच्छन्ति वेधसः यो देवेभ्य आतपति यो देवानां पुरोहितः पूर्वो यो देवेभ्यो जातः नमो रुचाय ब्राह्मये रुचं ब्राह्मं जनयन्तः देवा अग्रे तदब्रुवन् यस्त्वैवं ब्राह्मणो विद्यात् तस्य देवा असन्वशे स्त्रीश्च ते लक्ष्मीश्च पत्न्यौ अहोरात्रे पार्श्वे नक्षत्राणि रूपम् अश्विनौ व्यात्तम् इष्टं मनीषाण अमुं मनीषाण सर्वं मनीषाण। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। ॐ हिरण्यवर्णां हरिणीं सुवर्णरजतस्रजां चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः तां महावः जातवेदो लक्ष्मीमनपगामिनीं यस्यां हिरण्यं विन्देयं गामश्वं पुरुषाणाम् अश्वपूर्वां रथमध्यां हस्तिनादप्रबोधिनीं श्रियं देवीमुपह्वये श्रीर्मा देवीर्जुषतां तां सोऽस्मितां हिरण्यप्राकारां आर्द्रां ज्वलन्तीं तृप्तां तर्पयन्तीं पद्मे स्थितां पद्मवर्णान्तामिहोपह्वये श्रियं चन्द्रां प्रभासां यशसा ज्वलन्तीं श्रियं लोके देवजुष्टामुदारां तां पद्मिनीमीं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये अलक्ष्मीर्मे नश्यतां त्वां ऋणे। आदित्यवर्णे तपसोऽधिजातो वनस्पतिस्तव वृक्षोऽथ बिल्वः तस्य फलानि तपसानुदन्तु मायान्तरायाश्च बाह्या अलक्ष्मीः उपैतु मां देवसखः कीर्तिश्च मणिना सह प्रादुर्भूतोऽस्मि राष्ट्रेऽस्मिन् कीर्तिमृद्धिं ददातु मे क्षुत्पिपासामलान् ज्येष्ठामलक्ष्मीं नाशयाम्यहम् अभूतिमसमृद्धिं च सर्वान् निर्णुद मे गृहात् गन्धद्वारान् दुराधर्षान् नित्यपुष्टान् करीषिणी ईश्वरीयो सर्वभूतानां तामिहोपह्वये श्रियं मनसः काममाकूतिं वाचः सत्यमशीमयि पशूनां रूपमन्नस्य मयि श्रीश्रयतां यशः कर्दमेन प्रजा भूता मयि सम्भव कर्दम श्रियं वासय मे कुले मातरं पद्ममालिनीम् आपसृजन्तु स्निग्धानि चिक्लीतव समे गृहे निच देवीं मातरं श्रियं वासय मे कुले आर्द्रां पुष्करिणीं पुष्टिं पिङ्गलां पद्ममालिनीं चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः आर्द्रां यःकरिणीं यष्टिं सुवर्णां हेममालिनीं सूर्यां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः तां महावः जातवेदो लक्ष्मीमनपगामिनीः यस्यां हिरण्यं प्रभूतं गावो दास्योश्वान् विन्देयं पुरुषानहम् यशुचिः प्रयतो भूत्वा जुहुयादाजमन्वहम् श्रियः पञ्चदशर्चञ्च श्रीकामः सततं जपेत् पद्मानने पद्मऊरो पद्माक्षी पद्मसम्भवे त्वं मां भजस्व पद्माक्षी येन सौख्यं लभाम्यहम् अश्वदायी गोदायी धनदायी महाधने धनं मे जुषतां देवी सर्वकामांश्च देहि मे पुत्रपौत्रधनं धान्यं हस्तेष्वाधिगवे रथम् प्रजानां भवसि माता आयुष्मन्तं करोतु मां धनमग्निर्धनं वायुर्धनं सूर्योधनं वसुः धनमिन्द्रो बृहस्पतिर्वरुणं धनमश्नुते वैनतेय सोमं पिबतु रुद्रः सोमं धनस्य सोमिनो मह्यं ददातु सोमिनः न क्रोधो न च मात्सर्यं न लोभो नाशुभामतिः भवन्ति कृतपुण्यानां भक्तानां श्रीसूक्तं जपेत् सदा वर्षन्तु ते विभावरी दिवो अभ्रस्य विद्युतः रोहन्तु सर्वबीजान्यवब्रह्मद्विषोजैः पद्मप्रिये पद्मिनि पद्महस्ते पद्मालये पद्मदलायताक्षि विश्वप्रिये विष्णुमनोनुकूले त्वत्पादपद्मं मयि सन्निधत्स्व या सा पद्मासनस्था विपुलकटितटी पद्मपत्रा यथाक्षी गम्भीरा वर्तनाभिस्तनभरनमिता शुभ्रवस्त्रोत्तरीया लक्ष्मीर्दिव्यैर्गजेन्द्रैर्मणिगणखचितैः स्नापिता हेमकुम्भैः नित्यं सा पद्महस्ता मम वसतु गृहे सर्वमाङ्गल्ययुक्ता लक्ष्मीं क्षीरसमुद्रराजतनयां श्रीरङ्गधामेश्वरीं दासीभूतसमस्तदेववनितां लोकैकदीपाङ्कुरां श्रीमन्मन्दकटाक्षलब्धविभवब्रह्मेन्द्रगङ्गाधरां त्वां त्रैलोक्यकुटुम्बिनीं सरसिजां वन्दे मुकुन्दप्रियां सिद्धलक्ष्मीर्मोक्षलक्ष्मीर्जयलक्ष्मी सरस्वती श्रीलक्ष्मीर्वरलक्ष्मीश्च प्रसन्ना मम सर्वदा वराङ्कुशौ पाशमभीतिमुद्रां करैर्वहन्तीं कमलासनस्थां बालार्ककोटिप्रतिभां त्रिनेत्रां भजेऽहमाद्यां जगदीश्वरीं त्वां सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते सरसिजनिलये सरोजहस्ते धवलतरां शुकगन्धमाल्यशोभे भगवति हरिवल्लभे मनोज्ञे त्रिभुवनभूतिकरिप्रसीद मह्यं विष्णुपत्नीं क्षमां देवीं माधवीं माधवप्रियां विष्णोः प्रियसखीं देवीं नमाम्यच्युतवल्लभां महालक्ष्मी च विद्महे विष्णुपत्नी च धीमहि तन्नो लक्ष्मीः प्रचोदयात् श्रीवर्चस्य मायुष्यमारोग्यमाविधात् पवमानं महीयते धनं धान्यं पशुं बहुपुत्रलाभं शतसंवत्सरं दीर्घमायुः ॐ शान्तिः 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 ॐ जातवेदसे सुनवामसो ममराति यतो निदहाति वेदः स नः पर्षदति दुर्गाणि विश्वानावेव सिन्धुं दुरितात्यग्निः तामग्निवर्णां तपसा ज्वलन्तीं वैरोचनीं कर्मफलेषु जुष्टाम् दुर्गां देवीं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये सुतरसि तरसे नमः अग्ने त्वं पारयानव्यो अस्मान् स्वस्तिभिरति दुर्गाणि विश्वा पूश्च पृथ्वी बहुलानपूर्वी भवातोकायतनयाय शय्योः विश्वानिनो दुर्गः जातवेदः सिन्धुन्ननावादुरितातिपर्षि अग्ने अत्रिवन्मनसा गृणानोऽस्माकं बोध्यविता तनूनां वृतनाजितौ सहमानमुग्रमग्निगुहुवेम परमा सदस्थात् स नः पर्षदति दुर्गाणि विश्वाक्षामद्देवो अतिदुरितात्यग्निः रत्नोषिकमीड्यो अध्वरेषु सनाच्च होता नव्यश्च सत्सि स्वाञ्चाग्ने तनुवं पिप्रयस्वास्मभ्यं च सौभगमायजस्व गोभिर्जुष्टमयुजो निषिक्तन्तवेन्द्रविष्णोरनुसञ्चरेम नाकस्य पृष्ठमभिसंवसानो वैष्णवीं लोक इह मादयन्ताम् ॐ कात्यायनाय विद्महे कन्याकुमारि धीमहि तन्नो दुर्गिः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्तिः 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 ॐ मेधा देवी जुषमाणान आगात् विश्वाची भद्रा सुमनस्य माना त्वया जुष्टानुदमाना दुरुक्ता बृहद्वदेम विदथे सुवीराः त्वया जुष्टऋषिर्भवति देवि त्वया ब्रह्मागतः श्रीरुतत्वया त्वया जुष्टश्चित्रं विन्दते वसुसानो जुषस्वद्रविणो न मेधे मेधां म इन्द्रो ददातु मेधां देवी सरस्वती मेधां मे अश्विना उभावा धत्तां पुष्करस्रजान् अप्सरासु च या मेधा गन्धर्वेषु च यन्मनः दैवीं मेधा सरस्वती सामा मेधा सुरभिर्जुषता स्वाहा आमां मेधा सुरभिर्विश्वरूपा हिरण्यवर्णा जगती जगम्या ऊर्जस्वती पयसा पिन्वमाना सामा मेधा सुप्रतीकाजुषन्ताम् मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि अग्निस्तेजो दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि इन्द्रियं दधातु मयि मेधां मयि प्रजां मयि सूर्यो भ्राजो दधातु ॐ हंस हंसाय विद्महे परमहंसाय धीमहि तन्नो हंसः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्ति।
श्री गणेशाय नमः। ओम श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः। ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। ओम समस्त जन कल्याणे निरतं करुणामयं नमामि चिन्मयं देवं सद्गुरुं ब्रह्मविद्वरम्। हरिः ओम। There are so many views, opinions about Vedanta. We discussed few of them. They are general views. Some people think it is dry, difficult, subtle, not necessary for our worldly life. Some people think it is otherworldly, meant only for sannyasis or only in old age, should be followed. All these are the views. And if we just superficially look at them, they may appear right, but only when you make a deep study and also some sadhana, then you will come to know that these views are not true. So therefore now we have to begin. What do we mean by Vedanta? That is important. So now the shloka number 6 that we'll read. Vedasya charamo bhago
Vedasya charamo bhago
Vedanta iti kathyate
Vedanta iti kathyate
Atmaiva vishayastasya
Atmaiva vishayastasya
Bhatyaham rupato hridi
Bhatyaham rupato hridi
Vedasya charamaha bhagaha. The culminating part, charam means the final. The final bhaga of Veda is known as Vedanta. Iti kathyate. This is simple meaning. Vedanta. The end portion of the Vedas. Atmaiva Vishayaha Tasya. And the theme of that Vedanta is Atma. We'll see more and more of that. This Atma is our own self. Because in Sanskrit, when we say Atma, that means I. When you write any sentence, the subject, object, predicate. So the subject is called I. That's called Atma. Other than this object is called Anatma. So the subject matter of this Vedanta is Atma, Aham, I, which all the time shines in our heart only. Bhati Aham Rupataya Hridi. In the heart, it shines I. So then whenever anybody uses the word I, the hand goes automatically to the heart side here only. But that does not only that heart only. So in that buddhi only, this Atma Tattva shines. This is the translation of. Now what is Veda? So one sentence we should always remember. Vedaha pramanam. Vedas means means of knowledge. The very word Veda comes from the root with, to know. So that with the help of which you know something is called Veda. And that is called pramanam. And the Visheshta of the Veda is that something which we cannot know through our senses or our inference logic, that knowledge is given there. That is the Visheshta of that. And that Vishesha knowledge is called the knowledge of what is Dharma and what is Brahma. Brahma means what is the absolute reality behind this whole world. And ultimately Vedanta points out that ultimate reality alone is your own true self. It is called as Atma. It is in general, okay? Now, how does the Vedas, they reveal this? So, what is found that every jiva who is born here in this world is born with certain limitations, imperfections. And these imperfections are categorized in three ways. One is called the impurity of mind. It's in Shastra called Mala. Mala means impurity, which is in the form of all our personal likes, dislikes, prejudices, desires, and all that. Because of them, what happens is, mind becomes very restless, agitated. The second thing is called vikshepa. Mala vikshepa. Now you see, vikshepa is only a symptom. When our mind is very agitated, restless, that we notice. But we don't realize that it is only a symptom. And what happens is, to remove that agitation, certain, methods we keep on following. Suppose agitation in the mind there because there is some particular desire, then we think if I fulfill that desire, mind will become all right. For a short time it happens. Or sometimes kind of induced kind of things also we do that. But the cause of that vikshepa, agitation, restlessness, is called mala. Mala means impurity. These impurities of our mental impressions, raga, dvesha, likes, dislikes, and whatnot. So unless you remove this raga, dvesha, vikshep cannot go. So the cause of vikshep is mala. But Vedanta goes further. what is the cause of that mala also? And that is called avidya, ignorance of our true self. So, to remove vikshepa, we have to remove mala. To remove mala, we have to ultimately, finally, avidya must be removed. And avidya, ignorance of our true self. So, therefore, by knowledge of true self alone, all our problems can really be answered, taken care of. Now, all these things immediately person may not understand. Therefore, what we find, these Vedas are classified into three parts, subject matter wise. So one part which is meant for our purifying our mind is called karma. Karma does not mean any kind of just karma doing that. That we are doing anyway. But if you have to purify our mind, then it says you must do your duties as worship of God, then that will purify your mind. Of course, there is another thing. If you do that karma with a particular desire for that result, that also you can get. That is called sakama karma, desire prompted. But that will not give you purity of mind then. But only when you do your duties as worship of God, that will purify. To the extent mind gets purified, the mind also will get concentration, its agitations will be reduced. But Vedas point out separate methods also for gaining concentration. Ekagrata it is called, chitta ekagrata, single pointedness of mind. Various meditation on different symbols and all that are given. Even japa, etc., that also is that. Here also, the principle is, if you do these upasanas, meditations on forms, with particular desire, you can get that. But if you do only for gaining purity, concentration, then you can get that. That's called upasana bhaga. So karma is meant for purity of mind. Upasana is meant for single pointedness of mind. Now, when that is there, and a person feels even then, still there is incompleteness on him. But with that he seeks that knowledge. What is that knowledge by which I can really experience a total fulfillment? That knowledge is given in Vedanta, which is called as Upanishad. So when we say Upanishad or we say Vedanta, it is one and the same thing. Vedanta Upanishad. This is again general idea of the Veda. Charamo bhagaha, the end portion of the Vedas is the Upanishad, Atma Vidya. Sometimes it is referred to as Brahma Vidya, knowledge of supreme reality. And sometimes called Atma Vidya, Adhyatma Vidya. And Bhagavan Sri Krishna, in the 10th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, he says, Adhyatma Vidya Vidyanam. That is his vibhuti, great glory. Of all forms of knowledge, this Adhyatma Vidya is the supreme. Because by this only, avidya nivrutti, elimination of avidya, and because of that, all effects of avidya which are there in form of bondages, sorrows, they all end. So Vedanta literally means the end portion of Vedas. But what it means, the very culmination of knowledge. the final, afterwards there is nothing more to gain then. That is the beauty of that Vedanta. So, Vedasya charamo bhago Vedanta iti kachyate. So, Upanishad is called Vedanta. And so now, what is the subject matter of that? See, when we say karma kanda, karma bhaga, so the subject is karma there. Upasana, they say that is the subject matter. But Vedanta, Upanishad, what is the subject matter? He says, this Atma, Aham, Aham. As I said, the Atma word is used in the meaning of I. This I must tell, because many times, this Atma word itself, some people, pata nahi which Atma. Then we say so many prefixes are also there, Bhutatma, Pretatma, Punyatma, Papatma, Duratma, or Patani, which Atma? Shuddha Atma. All these other things are, they are mental qualities and all that. Atma has nothing to do with that. So this Atma Tattva, Aham. So when we say I, that is. But the thing is, even though all of us experience I, we use that word also. I say, I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I touch, I think, sometimes I feel, and all those things are also there. So, I is common. But seeing it with reference to eyes, then I say, I see. With reference to ears, I say, I hear. But I is that common. And still we don't know what is the true nature of that I. Therefore, what Vedanta tells us, that we all have a general knowledge of this I, because we are using it all the time. In all our transactions, without an I, there is nothing. And if somebody's biography is there, and particular autobiography, so without I, there is no autobiography also. The whole book will be with I only. Sometimes you may not use I use a third person, may say, but it is still you only. If you read some talks of Swami Ramtirtha, he always used to say, Rama said that. Rama went there. As a third person. But in all our understanding, what you say is that he went only, no? I. So, this samanyataya, everybody is I. But all our I is identified with the body, or whatever the sense organs, mind, and that we say, I am this, I am that. But what true I is, that is not known. And the subject matter of that Vedanta is this I. Aham. Now you may say, Chalo, he has said, but how is it connected with your topic, Vedanta Madhuryam? Sweetness, Vedanta sweetness. So first I gave you a general idea of what Vedas are, what Vedanta is. And the subject matter of that Vedanta is you, me. So now we come to this title of our Shloka number 7. न कश्चिदस्ति लोकेऽस्मिन् यस्य स्वात्मा न हि प्रियः तदर्थं हि प्रियं सर्वं स आत्मा तु स्वतः प्रियः न कश्चित् अस्ति लोके अस्मिन्. Asmi loke, in this world, na kashid, there is no one to whom his own self is not dear. In other words, there is no one in this world who does not love himself or herself? Is there anyone? Kadachit na aham apriyaha. I never become non-dear to myself, So first we saw the theme, the subject matter of Vedanta is aham atma. I. Right? And that I is dear to everyone. Tasya atma. Now see, if someone only thinks that he or she is the body, then love for the body is sin. Why you are so much? Because I think this is me. So who is there who does not love them? Actually, tadartham hi priyam sarvam. Everything is dear to an individual for the sake of himself or herself. We love thing not because that thing is wonderful, but I love that thing because it is related to me, it gives me joy, and so for my sake only I love. Otherwise, why we would try to get rid of things, We first collect things, because that will give me, whatever that, it will give me comfort, it will give me pleasure, it will give me status, prestige, so many things. And then that only becomes liability and all that. Why? That means we did not love that object for its own sake. As long as it gave me some kind of that, from comfort to up to status and all that, I loved it. That means I loved myself only. People go on saying, I love you, they love themselves only. That's why so many times it happens, love at first sight, divorce at second look. After some time, not only with this kind of relation, any relationship. It can be brother, sister, even parents and children, they also don't like each other. Don't you know that? It happens. That means what? Everyone loves oneself the most. But the only problem is, what that true self is, that is not known. And therefore, all kinds of conflicts arise. That's what it is. That's why there is a statement in Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, Atmanastu kamaya sarvam priyam bhavati. Anything and everything that is dear to a person, it is only for that person's his own sake. That means that person loves that himself, and as long as anything is joy-giving and all that, that also loves. Otherwise, just get rid of it, And remember, if somebody wants to commit a suicide, that also shows that he is not the body. Because his identity is somewhere else only. Wherever the person identifies that this is I, for the sake of that I, goes on renouncing other things and all. So anything that person wants to give up and renounce, get rid of, that means that is not you. That is not your true self. That person is so unhappy, miserable, they say, if I put an end to this body, then I may have new life and so again I will have new life. So what we find, the subject matter of the Vedanta is I. I, when we say, every individual has to say I, means you are the subject matter of Vedanta. So Vedanta is speaking to you about yourself. That's why if the question arises, is Vedanta knowledge relevant to your life? The answer is, are you relevant to your life or not? Do I got anything to do with your life? What do you mean by that? It is my life, I am there everywhere there. So if you are relevant to your life because it is your life, you are the hero of your life, other person may not feel that way, but you are the hero. So, if you are relevant, then Vedanta knowledge speaks to you about you. So how relevant it is. Remember, all other things, they come in our life for short time and all that. And still we have to know about them. Even though they're short time, they come, go and all that. But I, which is permanent, and we don't know anything about it ourselves. What a tragedy. So, tadartham hi priyam sarvam. Everything is dear for the sake of that Atma, I. Atma tu swata priyaha. I love this thing, I love this person, I love this place, I love this experience for me. But why love you yourself? The love for oneself is unconditional. It is unconditional. Sometimes some person says, I hate myself. Myself means what? The particular aspect of himself which he doesn't like. So that is related to body or it a mind or something like that. Yeah? It is sukshma vishaya then. Subtle but not difficult. In all our vyavhar, it is continuously manifested. Because without using the word I, there is no experience at all. And love for oneself is unconditional. But love for other things is always conditional only. And this can be experienced by everyone. It is not that only when we die and go to heaven and then only we'll experience it. There is no such thing. Now, how this love for oneself gets expressed and manifest in so many ways, you know. Now see here, next sloka. Swasya nama cha rupam cha
Swasya nama cha rupam cha
gunanukathanam kritam
gunanukathanam kritam
preenati sarvalokanam
प्रीणाति सर्वलोकानां
harshadam cha bhavet tatha.
हर्षदं च भवेत् तथा.
So I love myself. Okay? So I love my name also. Swasya nama. Rupam cha. My form. Other people may say it is beautiful, it may be ugly, it is not that. But everybody loves on that. Swasya nama rupam. Gunanu kathanam kritam. And if somebody speaks, you know, highly about us, you know, he's such a nice person. They say, Prenati, that pleases. Thoda aur bolo na. Say something more, you know. And that's why all those, you know, chief guests and guest of honors and all that, we have to get all their biodata and everything and all that, you know. And then we have to say everything, how many awards he got, this, that. Even one is not mentioned. Later on he gets angry. You did not mention that. You just say, here is our chief guest. Now speak. What? Is this a called introduction or what? So they said, like, you know, and then next day, newspaper में पढ़ दे details के one my name is not there. I inaugurated the whole thing and all that, you know. And in the list also, if your name is not there. Love your name. My name must be there. And sometimes some people, they don't like particular, so they change it also, क्या नाम रख दिया मेरा? I don't know. Roop also. Oh, Babre. So many ways they want to change their form also, you see. Anyway, and another thing, the photographs and, videos. If you are there, you are interested in watching that thing. If you are not there, you are not interested in seeing this. Do you know who is there? Hoga koi bhi. Is love or not? Anywhere you see a mirror, that's why to save the waters, we should remove all mirrors from the wash basin area. Then water will be saved. Otherwise, how much water gone? Because he was admiring. Sitting for lunch or dinner, still stainless steel plate is there. Some reflection. जब तक खाना आता है तब तक अपने को देख लूँ मैं और जब let me see, He is not admiring that plate. What does it show? That we love ourselves. Huh? Prinati sarvalokanam. And wherever identification is here. And people love their dog also. Then somebody praises that dog also, it pleases them. Because people know that dog, not him. Do you know that person? No. I have that early morning goes, no, that Alsatian dog with that. Oh, yeah, oh. They admire that Alsatian dog. But through him, they know him. That also pleases. अब क्या बताएं, कितना बताएं? प्रीणाति सर्वलोकानाम, and not only please, harshadam cha bhaveta. It gives great joy. It gives great joy. So what are you trying to say? We are trying to say, how can you say Vedanta is not interesting? Vedanta's very subject matter is you only. And you love yourself the most. And this is seen in so many ways. I should always be there. One more shloka will tell how that love for oneself persists, Now see. Mrityum sarvatra pashyanti.
Mrityum sarvatra pashyanti.
Tatha pichanti jivitum.
Tatha pichanti jivitum.
Manabhuvam hi bhuyasam.
Manabhuvam hi bhuyasam.
Iti prematmani kshate.
Iti prematmani kshate.
Now see the love for oneself. Mrityum sarvatra pashyanti. People see the death. Every day that is happening. Individuals, sometimes in accidents, so many sometimes bombarding, and in near one, dear ones, and all that. And they carry the dead body of their own relatives also to that cremation ground and all that. Sarvatra pashyanti. In their own house, in the neighbor, in the everywhere. Tathapi icchanti jivitu only. But they want to live only. This thought does not strike that I am also going to die. Does not. We go on grieving over that person that is gone. Sometimes we feel happy also that is gone. And our interest is what is that person has written in his will. Is there anything, something for me and all that? Huh? Why such thought does not come that I am also standing in a line only? Does it really come? They really hit. That's why in the Mahabharata, that Yaksha was a very famous shloka. When that Yaksha asked Yudhishthira, what is the greatest wonder of this world, Ashcharam? He said, every day people see dying and that taking their own relatives also. Shesha sthavar vichanti. But still they want to live only. That thought does not come. Why? And what that love say? Ma na bhuvam. Bhuyasam. May I always live. Bhuyasam. Ma na bhuvam. Let me never cease to exist. And sometimes they know that they are not going to leave the bodies. So at least my name should be there. Therefore something they will create a name. My name should be there, all that. Why this? And there are so many people who do the kaya kalpa also, they're trying. It is said a snake, it gives up its outer skin. And the new skin there with that, So man thinks, if I can also do it will be very nice. All this skin I will take it. And the new one. Kaya kalp karega. And how long will you live? Iti prematmani ikshate. This is love for oneself. That even though we see death everywhere, known people, unknown people, famous people, our own dear ones and all that. But I want to live. Why this design? May I never cease to exist. May I always live. This prema for the self is seen. Right? So now we come to the conclusion. Therefore, what is the conclusion? That subject matter of the Vedanta is Aham Atma. Love for oneself is unconditional. Love for every other thing is conditional only. So ultimately, I love myself. So this Atma is Priyatamaha, supremely dear to us. Right? And if that is the subject matter of Vedanta, how can it be an uninteresting thing? Evam priyatamasvatma.
Evam priyatamasvatma.
Vedanta vishayo yadi.
Vedanta vishayo yadi.
Katham jnanam bhavet shushkam.
Katham jnanam bhavet shushkam.
Tasya tvam vada mitrahe.
Tasya tvam vada mitrahe.
Now, it is proved. The Vedanta Vishay is Atma Tattva, one's own self. And that Atma is Priyatamaha. All other things, Priya, there are degrees are there. But Atma is Priyatamaha, supremely dear. And that Priyatam Atma is Vedanta Vishayaha Yadi. And if that is the subject matter, And that is the subject matter. So you don't love yourself, madam. So you don't want to know about yourself. No, I want to know. Then that now you're dry or what? No. So katham jnanam bhave shushkam tasya. How can the knowledge of that priyatam atma be dry? Tom vada mitra hai. Oh my dear friend, now tell me. You were telling it is dry. Are you dry? Oh no. मैं तो बड़ा रसीला हूँ. अच्छा. You are very juicy. Huh? So you love yourself more. And about you only everything knowledge is given. About you means your body, senses, mind, intellect, and then the absolute self and everything. Then how that knowledge will be dry? You try. So sweetness of Vedanta is proved or not? First is up. So one argument that was there, we have proved, no, it's not dry. Are that priyatam atma. And atma means I, remember, I subject. So we have got very, very superficial general knowledge about ourselves. That also because identification with the body and other things. But that's also not our true absolute identity. That's what we have to know. So this one way we have proved. Now another argument we'll give. Shri Ram, 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 Shri Ram. रामचंद्र भगवान की जय। सद्गुरुनाथ महाराज की जय। ओम पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ओम शांति शांति शांति। हरिः ओम श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ओम।
लव कर लव कर गणराया सकळासी भेटी द्याया
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती नाचत नाचत आले गणपती
आई घागुया वाजती आई घागुया वाजती पायी घागुया वाजती पायी घागुया वाजती
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती
नाचत नाचत
नाचत नाचत नाचत नाचत आले गणपती पायी घागुया वाजती पायी घागुया वाजती पायी घागुया वाजती
अंगी शेंदुराची उठी अंगी शेंदुराची अंगी शेंदुराची अंगी शेंदुराची उठी
माथा शोभतसे किरीटी माथा शोभतसे किरीटी
केशर कस्तुरी ललाटी केशर कस्तुरी ललाटी
हाती मोदकाची वाटी हाती मोदकाची वाटी हाती मोदकाची हाती मोदकाची हाती मोदकाची वाटी
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती
नाचत नाचत आले गणपती
नाचत नाचत
नाचत नाचत नाचत नाचत आले गणपती पायी घागुया वाजती पायी घागुया वाजती वाजती पायी घागुया वाजती तुका म्हणे पाही पाही तुका म्हणे पाही पाही विठ्ठल गणपती तुझा नाही विठ्ठल गणपती तुझा नाही विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल
गणपती 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 गणपती
विठ्ठल 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 विठ्ठल
गणपती 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 गणपती
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल
गणपती गणपती
विठ्ठल विठ्ठल
गणपती गणपती
विठ्ठल
गणपती
विठ्ठल
गणपती
विठ्ठल
गणपती
विठ्ठल
गणपती
विठ्ठल गणपती तुझा नाही विठ्ठल गणपती तुझा नाही
तुझा नाही तुझा नाही तुझा नाही तुझा नाही गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः विनायकाय नमः विघ्नराजाय नमः गौरीपुत्राय नमः गणेश्वराय नमः स्कन्दाग्रजाय नमः अव्ययाय नमः भूताय नमः दक्षाध्यक्षाय नमः द्विजप्रियाय नमः अग्निगर्भच्छिदे नमः इन्द्रश्रीप्रदाय नमः वाणीबलप्रदाय नमः शर्वतनयाय नमः गौरीतनुजाय नमः शर्वरीप्रियाय नमः सर्वात्मकाय नमः सृष्टिकर्त्रे नमः देवानेकार्चिताय नमः ॐ शिवाय नमः ॐ शुद्धाय नमः ॐ मुनिप्रियाय नमः शान्ताय नमः ब्रह्मचारिणे नमः गजाननाय नमः हैमातुराय नमः मुनिस्तुत्याय नमः दीर्घदन्ताय नमः चतुर्बाहवे नमः गं गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः सिद्धये प्रदायकाय संयुताय नमः चतुराय नमः लंबोदराय नमः शोपकर्णाय नमः वीरवाय नमः ब्रह्मवित्तमाय नमः कालाय नमः गृहपतये नमः कामिने नमः पाशाङ्कुशधराय नमः छन्दाय नमः गुणातीताय नमः निरञ्जनाय नमः अकल्मषाय नमः बीजापुरकराय नमः अव्यक्ताय नमः प्रतिदिने नमः ॐ वरदाय नमः शाश्वताय नमः ॐ प्रतिदिने नमः विद्वत्प्रियाय नमः मितभयाय नमः चक्रिणे नमः इक्षुचापधृते नमः गं गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः गं गणपतये नमः सूरातिलोचनाय नमः स्वयं संघारजीवदाय नमः कलकराय नमः श्रीधाय नमः हेतवे नमः स्तुतिहर्षताय नमः ॐ कालाभृते नमः जटिने नमः चन्द्रचूडाय नमः अमरेश्वराय नमः नागयज्ञोपवीतिने नमः हृदिने नमः श्रीकान्ताय नमः रामार्चितपदाय नमः मूलकान्ताय नमः त्रयीकर्त्रे नमः सङ्घोषप्रियाय नमः पुरुषोत्तमाय नमः मूलकुण्डाय नमः अग्रजन्याय नमः रामण्ये नमः गणपाय नमः स्थिराय नमः वृद्धिदाय नमः शुभगाय
सिद्धिविनायको मातङ्गमुनि श्रीमहागणपतिरवतिमा सिद्धिविनायको मातङ्गमुनि श्रीमहागणपतिरवतिमा सिद्धिविनायको मातङ्गमुनि श्रीमहागणपतिरवतिमा कमलालय तटनिवासो कामजनक विदीन्द्रसन्नुत कमलालय तटनिवासो कामजनक विदीन्द्रसन्नुत कमलालय तटनिवासो ओ मगधर पल्लव पदकर गुरु गुहाग्रज शिवात्मज ओ मगधर पल्लव पदकर गुरु गुहाग्रज शिवात्मज पम गम रि गम सरि नि स नि सरि स नि प नि सरि नि स नि सरि म नि प म गम सरि स प प म नि नि प म नि प म रि म प नि सरि स स नि प म नि सरि रि स नि ग म नि स नि सरि नि सरि स स स नि प नि प स नि रि सरि रि ग म नि सरि स नि प स नि प म नि ग म नि श्रीमहागणपतिरवतिमा सिद्धिविनायको मातङ्गमुख श्रीमहागणपतिरवतिमा सुवर्णाकर्षणविराजो पादाम्बुजो गौरवर्णवसनधरो बालचन्द्रो नरादिविनूतनं बोधरो कुवलय स्वभिषाणपाशाकुशमोदक प्रकाशकरो भवजननी नामो प्रकाशकरो भवजननी नामो रक्षति स्वभाव सुखदरो रविसहस्रसन्निभदेहो रविजननुतमूषिकबाहो रविसहस्रसन्निभदेहो रविजननुतमूषिकबाहो अवरद देवता समूहो अविनाशकैवल्यदेवो पम गम रि गम सरि नि स नि सरि स नि प नि सरि नि स नि सरि म रि प म गम सरि प प म नि नि प म प नि प प म रि म प नि सरि स स नि प म प नि सरि रि स रि ग म रि स नि सरि स स स नि प प नि प स नि रि सरि रि ग म रि स नि प स नि प म रि ग म रि श्रीमहागणपतिरवतिमा सिद्धिविनायको मातङ्गमुख श्रीमहागणपतिरवतिमा सिद्धिविनायको मातङ्गमुख श्रीमहागणपतिरवतिमा
शिरसा देवं गौरीपुत्रं विनायकम् प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं गौरीपुत्रं विनायकम् भक्तावासं स्मरे नित्यम् आयुः कामार्थसिद्धये प्रथमं वक्रतुण्डं च एकदन्तं द्वितीयकम् तृतीयं कृष्णपिङ्गाक्षं गजवक्त्रं चतुर्थकं लम्बोदरं पञ्चमं च षष्ठं विकटमेव च सप्तमं विघ्नराजेन्द्रं धूम्रवर्णं तथाश्रमं नवमं भालचन्द्रं च दशमं तु विनायकम् एकादशं गणपतिं द्वादशं तु गजाननं प्रणम्य शिरसा देवं गौरीपुत्रं विनायकं भक्तावासं स्मरे नित्यम्
रक्षक दे जो संतों
राम जय जय राम श्री राम जय जय राम पुरुषों में थे पुरुषोत्तम मनुष्यों में महामानव रघुवंश के कुल दीपक था नाम उनका राघव जय राम श्री राम जय जय राम जय राम श्री राम जय जय राम जय राम श्री
श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज निज मन मुकुर सुधारि बरनौ रघुवर विमल जसु जो दायक फल चारि। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानिके सुमिरो पवन कुमार। बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि हरहु कलेस विकार। सियावर रामचंद्र की जय पवन सुत हनुमान की जय। उमापति महादेव की जय बोलो भाई सब संतन की जय। Can you hear me? Sure. I'm not getting a feedback. Is it loud enough? Now it is. Technology. Bhagavan Shri Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita has said, after explaining about the avatar, the whole idea of avatar, and he says, Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti tattvataha. Tyaktva deham na punarjanma mameti sorjuna. That one who comes to know tattvataha, in a sense, the reality of my birth and my actions. Such a person, after having given up the identification with this body, does not have to be born again, does not have to go to different worlds, does not have to suffer the result of his actions, etc., comes to me, the infinite. From there we get the key of understanding Bhagwan's birth leela, sport, as well as Bhagwan's karya leela, karma leela. And once you understand the essence of Bhagwan's birth and action, one becomes free. With that deep understanding from the Bhagavad Gita, when we hear the Ramayana or the Bhagavatam, then we understand that there is so much more depth. First, we have seen that it shows us what is Dharma. That way of harmonious living. And I'll keep repeating this word Dharma because it's got so many connotations. That way of harmonious living by which we not only gain prosperity for ourselves and the world, but also attain that spiritual happiness and peace. So that which gives us Abhyudaya and Nishreya. That which gives us prosperity, success, as well as gives us that which is desired by everybody, and that is happiness and peace. So this is Dharma. Also, portions of the Ramayana which invokes in us devotion. And when Bhagwan says, Yo veti tattvataha, one who comes to recognize me in essence and knows of my birth and karma in essence, in truth. Now, when you say in truth, which means directly realize it. Yeah? How can you directly realize it? Either you have to wait for the next Treta Yuga to come, yeah? Or you have to remember that maybe we were one of the monkeys during Ramayana time. What else could we be, right? Yeah? We are here to serve. So we couldn't be prince and princesses. We would be monkeys only. And it's better to be. Because as Brahmaji said, we want to serve Bhagwan, then be humbler. So, now what is this tattvata? There's another great secret that our Indian knowledge system has given to the world, which only now people are beginning to discover, but in just preliminary stages. That whatever happens in the macrocosm happens also in the microcosm. And what happens in the microcosm happens in the macrocosm. Now, micro and macro may sound very scientific, but simple understanding is what is happening in the individual is also happening in the totality, and whatever is happening is the totality is also happening in the individual. Now, each day this aspect I will be reminding and then taking in to the story, that how these stories, do not doubt that they have been there. It's an epic, itihasa. It was. But not only it was, it is. And we have to realize this subjectively. Today, I will briefly tell the whole story of the Balkand. Of course, in between portions of devotion, there are so many beautiful portions. But from the standpoint of mysticism, recognizing what is in the macro or what has happened in the macro is happening even now in the micro. So first I will just cover the simple story which most of you already know. And as I said, it's got multiple purposes because our rishis were holistic thinkers, integrated thinkers, not compartmentalized thinkers. Now, Bhagwan's birth, even about Bhagwan's birth, it is said, as far as Krishna and Rama is concerned, Bhai prakata kripala, deena dayala, kaushalya hitakari. Bhai prakata kripala. Bhagwan just manifested. He didn't take birth from the mother's womb. But even that, we do not have to sit and think, oh, how or what. Bhagwan is Bhagwan. By prakata, Bhagwan just manifested. Even in Srimad Bhagavat, it is said that first Bhagwan appeared as Lord Narayana. Even here, Bhagwan appeared Chaturbhuj Narayana, Ayudh and Bhuja Chari, with all his weapons, or emblems rather, weapons, because even lotus is there, all his emblems and all his 4 hands. And then it is Kaushalya Mata who sees, knows and adores. Because when Manu and Satrupa had done their tapas, after having left the kingdom of the universe, and when Bhagwan appeared in front of them in a form, when they meditated on the mantra Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Take up any one of these mantras and regularly chant it. Instead of asking for liberation, Manu, when he saw Narayana, and family people, no? Finally, it's all about children, no? It just came into his mind that Bhagwan, can I have a son like you? And family life, really speaking, is fulfilled when either Bhagwan becomes your son and comes, and that is too much to even think about. Or a devotee of the Lord is born in your family. Then Grahastha life is fulfilled. Otherwise, it is just worries, anxieties, tensions, conflicts. So all these things have to be understood. Now Bhagwan said, how can I go and find anyone like me, because there is no one like me, so I only will come as your son. And he looked at Satrupa. Satrupa also asked the same thing. But Satrupa asked, and again, as I said, feminine means buddhi, intellect. She said that if you are born as my son, I must know that you have come as my son. Because what if I start slapping you? Yeah? What if I start scolding you? Yashoda Maya didn't want to know that Krishna is either a prince or she just wanted to love her baby. That's it. Same way Manu said. He said, no, I don't want to know that you are God. I just want to know that you are my son, and I must love you so much that without you, I will die. He became Dashrath Maharaj and Kaushalya. To Kaushalya, he gave darshan as Narayana, and then when she sees and she herself says that even the Vedas have only spoken of you as neti, 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 na iti, na iti, na iti. Not this, not this, not this. I do not know how I can praise you, but that Lord of the universe, that infinite Lord resided in my womb. This is even to think about it, it's a comedy. Yaha upahasi. That it is indeed hilarious to think that such a Lord was born from my womb. And then Bhagwan said, okay, now that she knows me, then Bhagwan just smiled. And when Bhagwan smiles, it is his Maya. And when he smiles, he can remove his Maya also. And then she suddenly felt that motherly feeling towards Bhagwan, and she says, now I can't have such a big son grown right away. So, Kije Shishu Leela, Ati Priya Sheela. Now you take the role of a child and play like my Shishu. That's why Shishu Vihar has come from there, no? Play like my Shishu. And other than this, there is no greater bliss in life. Now people say, what is there to hear these stories and all that? She said, there's no greater bliss in life to see the Lord of the universe, the cause of the universe, the Father of the universe, play as my little child. And I'm telling you, you hear the whole Krishna Leela, nothing like Krishna's Bal Leela, Shishu Leela, is it not? So, this is the source of supreme happiness. And Shivji tells to Parvati that, I did something, can't call it as a sin, but can't call it as a cheat. But that tradition we Indians still follow, because we never stand in a queue or a line. But Shivji says, I did one chori. And what is it? That there was lines after lines to see this baby, Ramchandraji. And that sight we Devtas also don't get. So along with Kagbhushan, along with the crow Kagbhushan, we both took a form of we both went there. But with my jata, they didn't allow me inside after waiting for a long line. No, sorry, you don't certify to go in. So they both took a form of an astrologer, because parents love their children's future, they want to know. So he took a form of astrologer, and Kagbhushan said, this my master is one who can predict the future of everybody. And then what we did was, we broke the line, because everybody said, come, 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 astrologers are needed right now. So on a false identity. But it's not false identity for Shivji. Who else knows the future of the universe? So he went inside, and he said, that's how I cheated a little bit. But Parvati, your intellect is pure. You will understand why. And when Shivji goes there and Shivji sees that little Ramchandraji, so Kaushalya Mata, she knows her precious son. Not like Yashoda Mata, who gives her son to everybody. Yo, even Putana, take. Yeah? So Shivji is looking at it, and Shivji wants to touch those, first of all, any baby's soft feet, just holding those feet of those little babies. That's why they say like God only. No? And this is Ramchandraji's feet. So she says, tell the destiny. He says, how can I tell the destiny? The destiny is written in the lines of the hands and the feet. So she says, okay, but don't touch my son for too long. Yeah, because then viruses can spread. Then Shivji holds on to the feet. She says, quickly. He says, your son is so great. How can I say? We need time. So he's holding on. And Ramchandra is like pulling his leg back because he worships Shivji, no? So then he holds the hands of Ramchandra. Finally, Kaushalya says, now tell me, And he said great things about the son. She loves hearing about that. And then she says, no, when he is young, one Rishi will come and take him. She pulled the hand back and said, you don't know what you're saying. Why will some Rishi Baba come, Sadhu Baba come and take my son? I'm not making him a sannyasi. He said, no, he will take to the forest, give him all the knowledge, and he will bring along a beautiful wife. Oh, then she said, okay, now you can see. At the end of it, now she says, what dakshina? So they come, you have to give dakshina. So what dakshina? He said, just let me hold your baby in my arm. So what kind of that dakshina is? You take any money, I'm not giving my baby. But then she gives Ramchandraji in the hand of Shivji. And can you imagine that Brahma Sparsha? So Shivji said, I also did this chori. Now why I'm told you this story, not that it invokes just devotion, that Shivji comes to see the Shishu Leela, which Kaushalya Mata says, it is Parama Sukha, supreme happiness. Now of course, now that the children grow, then Tumaka Chalata Ramachandra, you've heard that song, no? Bhajata Pajanya. And people think that Ramchandraji is so serious. But even he used to like butter. But like Krishna, he wouldn't steal butter. He's a bit of a prince. But he would now and then cry for butter. And Kagbhushanji later on describes that, he would give the crow, and when the crow would come, he would run. And one day the crow, haath se le gayo makhan roti, and he started crying. And even Kagbhushanji got so deluded that why is he crying if he's Bhagwan? But this Bhagwan's Shishu Leela, that even the Rishi Munis would come and try to peep through the palace windows to see this little toddler trying to walk, whose hand, and parents used to put haldi, saffron on their hands, their feet, so that the whole house would be with the, you should do with your children also, because they're soon going to go away to university. Yeah? And they used to wish we were the wall in the palace where Ramchandraji's hand, or the floor where his footprints would be on our chest. This is a Rishi Muni, saints, sages. And this Shishu Leela, Bhagwan is doing. Of course, the names were given by sage Vashishta. That itself, name should be also given on Chinku, Minku, Banku, Banti, Tingu, Tinku, Pinku, Dinku, Chakrika, Makrika, Dakrika, Ita, Fita. Give names, remembering which you will remember the Lord, and your children will start behaving like the names they have been given. No? Even there is a significance in these samskaras. And when these Rishi Munis gave the names, the purpose of giving the names were what they are according to them they could sell, or what you would like them to be. And these children grew up, and there was such a bond of love between all four of them. But Shatrughan with Bharat, and Lakshman with Ramchandraji. And Bharat and Ramchandraji also very close. And all the mothers loved all the children, including Kaikai. And since Kaikai liked a lot of attention anyway, she always used to think that Ramchandraji loves her more than she loves any of the mothers. And they were all fond of each other's children. There was no, even there, this is the thing. Even there was no distinctions, etc. And these children started growing up, went to sage Vashishta's ashram, Gurukula. They learnt all the various sciences there. 64 arts, crafts, sciences, vidyas. They learnt very quickly. And when they returned home, even there Goswami Tulsidas ji describes what was the dincharya, prat kal uthi, that before sunrise Bhagwan would wake up. First wake up and bow down to Guru and parents. Now you say Guru, he may not go, but mentally remembering the Guru. Then do all his prayers, Sandhya Vandan, etc. And then would get into the activities of the day. And even at the age of 16, because by the time education was over, not what is going on today in education. Till 35, education is not over. The most productive years of your life is gone in gaining information which will not be useful to you. Unfortunately, that's what we have created. If you have to work or have a job, you require skills, not a doctorate. So, by 16, even by the time they were out of school, they were already looking after the administration of the country, etc. And as told by Shivji, one day, the great sage Vishwamitra, he comes to Ayodhya. And this portion, Goswami Tulsidas ji says, Sunu. Whenever he said listen, means listen with attention, there is something very significant to know here. And this also we just hear as a story, that just outside Ayodhya, Ravan had placed all his Rakshasas, and amongst them, 3 of the most vicious Rakshasas. One was Tadaka, the mother of Marich and Subhahu. And these Rakshasas were constantly the Rishi Munis, sadhus who were doing their tapasya, those who were doing yajna. And their yajna was never for themselves, there was not kamya yajna, not for fulfilling their desires, but loka samasta sukhino bhavantu. With that attitude, they were doing the yajna. And these rishis were not allowed to do yajna. And Marich, Subhav, Tadka would come and pollute the yajna, throw all dirty things, frighten these rishis away, and Tadka used to devour them. They were cannibals. Even though Vishwamitra had such powers, but having taken up the life of an ascetic, he himself did not fight these Rakshasas. So much power he has that he is the giver of the Gayatri Mantra, which Gayatri Mantra by which he could create a complete universe for Trishanku, and the Gayatri Mantra done in a certain manner can even dissolve the entire universe and become a Brahmastra. That Vishwamitra himself does not fight, but comes to Ayodhya. Many lessons, that's why he said Sunu. Many lessons can be learned. Ayodhya was well protected. Ayodhya was well protected. Ayodhya itself means where there is no yuddha. For that, the ruler has to be powerful so that no one dares to attack. That's why you don't have to fight. But if you are weak and anybody attacks, either you have to die or you have to fight. Ayodhya itself means where there is no yuddha, no conflict, no battle. But just outside Ayodhya, Rishi Munis were not safe. These non-violent, wishing the welfare of everyone, were not safe. And where, in any society, where the sadhus, the saints, etc., are not protected, they don't need our physical protection, but where they cannot do their practices of tapas for the well-being of society, and whose ashrams are collapsing, there, how will the children and their youth benefit from that knowledge? Ayodhya was secure, it even had its own schooling system, it had great rishi like Vashishta. But Vishwamitra comes there, one, to tell Ayodhya, to tell the king of Ayodhya, that even if your kingdom is secure, if your neighboring countries are not secure, your neighboring countries have financial problems, your neighboring country people are not safe, then one day your country yourself is not going to be safe. We have a responsibility not only for ourselves, but also our neighbors and for the whole world. That's why when you're given the Upanayana, And the Gayatri mantra, I told in the beginning only, no? To remind you of your 3 rinas. He comes to Ayodhya seeing such a sage like Vishwamitra has come. Dashrath Maharaj comes running to him to greet him, gives him a seat to sit on, worships him. And Dashrath Maharaj is very good at commitment, no? To make vows. So he just says, Maharaj, what can I offer you? Everything of mine is yours. Tera tujhko arpan kya lage mera. But a person like Dashrath Maharaj means it. So he said, what can I offer? Because dakshina must be given to the dignity of one who has come and the dignity of what is there with you. He says, my whole kingdom is at your disposal. What can I offer you? Yeah? Please bless my sons. Please bless my sons. When they come, all 4 of them, Vishwamitra looks at these 4 sons and he is in bliss. And he says to Dashrath Maharaj, what is happening in the forest? And I want your, and he knows Lakshman will not leave Ramchandraji, even he knows. He says, I want your 2 sons, Ram and Lakshman, to go with me to the forest to protect the rishis. Protect the yajna of the rishis. Because yajna is dharma. So protect the yajna of the rishis. Dashrath Maharaj was so attached to his son, and over that Ramchandraji. And they are just young boys, just chicks. How can you give them such a work and responsibility? One thing, they are still childish. The other thing is, that's such big responsibility. Such a calamity. Dashrath Maharaj falls down there and says, he first comes out from his mouth. He says, Maharaj, I don't think so you understand what you're asking. First they say, whatever is mine is yours. Okay, can we use your house for Balviyar? That I have to ask my wife. Dashrath Maharaj says, you didn't understand. At an old age, I have got my son. They are only young. You want my whole army, which is very fit, to go. I will come myself to fight. But Vishwamitra was very fierce, and people knew the anger of these rishis also. Vishwamitra said, but Vishwamitra understands. Tulsi Ramayana, Tulsi Dasji says, he understands that so much love Dashrath has for Ramchandraji. But he says, I don't want the old. It is the young that have to be taught their responsibility, because the future is in their hands. Dashrath Maharaj has lived his life. He is very capable. He can do it. But how long are we going to baby our children? How long we have to deprive the youth from their opportunities? And until and unless we give them that opportunity and we give them the responsibility and they know it is their responsibility, not only to just earn money for themselves and go and drive motorcycles and Ferraris, but to take responsibility. Not only to sit and campaign, but to start doing their duties. And a prince's duty is, not everybody's duty is to fight. But a prince's duty is that where dharma is being compromised, where innocent people are being killed, where yajna, which is for the welfare of everybody, that worship is being destroyed, there let the youth come forward and know what is their responsibility. Today they are not youth till they are 45. Let them take up the responsibility. Dashrath Maharaj was, my children, I said, those Rakshasas are so strong. Don't underestimate your training that you have given to your children. Don't make them lose confidence. Throw them in the deep blue sea so that they can swim. Dashrath Maharaj. So then what to talk about ordinary parents, no? Yeah? You think it's not understandable? It is understandable. But love should not become an attachment. There's a big difference between the two. Vishwamitra has come to tell Dashrath Maharaj that it's now time to give responsibility. Looks at Vashishta. Go. Explain your disciple. So, Vashishji says, let's go into the inside room. Yeah? And in these matters, wives, Kaushalya Mata heard about it, she also came there. And Vashishji said, first of all, if a sage like Vishwamitra has come to take your children, who himself is so capable, do you think he requires help? Yeah? He can create and destroy the entire universe. People see Vashishji and Vishwamitra as competitors. But Vashishji is praising Vishwamitra. You think he requires your help? Secondly, from where did this child come? These children of yours, they came from yajna. And now that yajna requires protection, you don't want to give your child for society? Dashrath Maharaj said, but he's such a young boy. Kaushalya Mata also, like, okay, you were meant to talk all these things. I am not sending my son there. Then he said, you remember that astrologer who had come? And he had said that a rishi will come. See, the rishi has come. And the rishi will bring him a beautiful wife. Oh, immediately Kaushalya Mata is ready. He said, okay, he can take. Finally convinced Dashrath Maharaj and Kaushalya Mata, and they came and now said, you may take them. But Kaushalya Mata says at that time that to Vishwamitra, I mean, you're taking mothers to, I tell you, when they go to the ashram, they've got, actually mothers have the full confidence to leave their children even in the ashram to become brahmacharis. It's the dads who are more attached. But mother's worry is only this much. What will my son eat there? In the ashram. Come to the ashram, they get better food than just cereals at home. So she tells, my Ramchandraji will not ask for anything, but I'll tell you, he loves makhan and misri. Once Guruji in the discourse had told this, and then of course went on telling the story. But one little girl after a few days came up to him and she said, Swamiji, did sage Vishwamitra give makhan and misri to Ramchandraji? This is how we have to listen to the Ramayana. From children we have to learn. Unfortunately nowadays, people don't teach. Thank God you send your children to Bal Vihar, at least they can know. Because as you grow into universities, gone. That's why learn as early. She comes and asks, did Bhagavan, Guruji to just picked her up, give her such a big hug that you have already understood the Ramayana, no? Because you have to see it happening, you have to feel like Kaushalya. That motherhood is in that little girl from the very beginning. Anyway, as I said, there are many things to learn. If I go on that, they'll be endless. And then Bhagavan goes with Vishwamitra, and there first Tadaka comes. Vishwamitra says that all these carcasses you are seeing here, bones you are seeing, this one has eaten. Then Bhagavan picks up his bow and kills Tadaka. Then Bhagavan says, I am Lakshman and we are standing here. Let the rishis do their yajna, perform the yajna. When the yajna started, Marich, Subhau and all the Rakshasas came. How dare they start again? Because these materialistic people will not allow you to be devoted. They will not allow you to be spiritual. They will not allow you to serve. They will not allow Dharma to propagate. Because only where people don't follow Dharma, they are weak enough to exploit them. Now you know what happens, what we are going through. Yeah? Therefore protect yajna, protect Dharma. Whether Hiranyakashyap, whether Kamsa, whether Ravan, first thing they did was stop all value education in the society. This is what happens. See, can you imagine in Ramayana, even those times these things happen? Because money, 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 money is everything. Yeah? When they saw the fire flaming up, Yajna Kunda, fire. These Rakshasas came. Ramchandra ji and Lakshman created a complete canopy to protect the yajna. So that all that thing they were throwing could not reach the yajna kund. And when these Rakshasas came to attack these rishis, one by one with their bow and arrow, they shot all these Rakshasas. Then came Subhau. Subhau, fight went on. And Bhagavan finally killed Subhau also. But Marich, he shot him with a blunt arrow, not with an arrowhead. And Marich fell 800 miles. And it seems this happened in Patna. And 800 miles from Patna is Bombay. That's why it's Mayavi Nagri. Marich fell in Bombay, it seems, around that area. Nashik or Bombay, they say. Marich fell there. Very significant this is. And he protected the yajna. Vishwamitra was so pleased with them. And they, even though they had heard, they had Bal Vihar from very beginning. They had heard all the Puranic stories, but now to listen from the Rishi Munis themselves, the Brahmacharis of the ashram and the Swamis of the ashram, and they would just go up to them and they would say, tell us about the Puranas. Tell her about Raja Prithu, all these, they were listening to it, even though they had heard everything before. They were listening to all these kathas. Vishwamitra gave all his knowledge of all the weapons, but also gave him the knowledge of how to keep your body, senses, mind under your mastery. Even how to bear hunger and thirst and not get hungry and thirsty, and how to have nutrition. Because warriors who have to live their life for the well-being of the society, they have to know how to conquer their hunger and thirst, conquer their senses, etc. Give them all that knowledge as well as of the various weapons. He gave all his knowledge to Ramchandraji and Lakshman. Now, as predicted by Lord Shiva, Vishwamitra knows, you tell any youngster when they're still very young and then they have a lot to, whether they are duty bound or they are ambitious. You tell them to marry, immediately they'll say, no. And he's come here to serve the rishis, not to get married. Because people go to spiritual camps also and then they look out. Yeah. Parents are very happy. Yeah. But he has come here to serve. So he would not think about the marriage. So he just said, there is another great Dhanush Yagya happening. First of all, Yagya. Yeah. Then Dhanush means bow Yagya. And there's this bow of Shivji there. Both were enthusiastic to go there. And then they heard Mithila Nagari, because there was no kingdom like Mithila. Ayodhya itself was that beautiful and great. But Janakpuri, Mithila Nagari. So when Vishwamitra Rishi said that there is a Dhanush Yagya, they were willing to go, and then they come to Mithila Nagari. Before they come to Mithila Nagari, just outside Mithila Nagari, there is an abandoned ashram. There Vishwamitra tells the story of Ahalya. And he says to Rama that she is in tapasya like a stone. She had faltered in her life, and being a wife of such a rishi, he had told her that you have done this. She apologized, she had made a mistake. So he said that you stay here doing tapas. You do your tapas, and like a stone, not even literally becoming a stone, but like a stone, she just sat there doing tapas. Because if you have had pata, you have fallen, then do tapa. See, the opposite. No? And when Bhagwan walked there, Bhagwan won't touch his feet to a woman. It says that he was looking around where it was, that stone-like statue. And as he was moving around, Vishwamitra said that Gautam Rishi had said that when Ramchandraji will come, and you will get the touch of his feet, you will be completely absolved of your faults, because faults can be removed. Sins can be removed. Don't live in it all your life. No? And with Bhagwan's grace, you will be free of all your faults and you will come back to me. So she was waiting till then. And it seems that Bhagwan was looking, and while looking, some places it is said that his feet touch. Or as he was walking, the dust of his feet reached that stone like Ahalya, and she manifested back in her glorious form. And her stuti is also so beautiful, where she says, Munisap jodina ati balakina. Shrap, don't please translate it as curse. It is wrong meaning only. You know? As per our actions, we get the results of our actions. These rishis, when they say shrap, they would say that for this action, this is the result you will get. They have only predicted that. And they have given the solution that don't remain in it. Do this. That's why you'll always see that the shrap comes with a boon. And told her that Bhagwan will come. Also in this world, for someone who has done something terribly wrong, it is easy to condemn. But who is there to lift them? Ramchandra ji, even this Ahalya, who had faltered, Bhagwan blessed her. And she takes that form and she says, at that time I thought it's a great tragedy, another beautiful lesson to learn. That when we do something in our life and tragedies come, stop blaming anybody for it. But in every tragedy there is a blessing. And in that, if we learn and develop, and she says, for me, this was the greatest blessing that Shivji says, these eyes are meant only to see Bhagwan in the form. And if that you cannot see, they are only buttons. She says, today I am blessed. Main patita tum patita pavana. And she, again and again bowing down at Ramchandraji's feet, she goes to the abode of her husband Gautam Rishi. Comes to the Mithila city. There you saw yesterday in the play, there were some of our children are, Janak Maharaj hears that Vishwamitra has come. He himself goes to the tent where arrangements and says, please come and stay in my palace. They said, no, there will be all arrangements now. We will stay here only in peace. At that time, Ram and Lakshman had gone to the city to see the city. There also, I tell you, small things, but talks about what builds a character. But if I go into all that now, no? Feel tempted though. Chalo, I'll tell it. Because very good. No? See, Lakshman wants to show Ramchandraji to whole Mithila Nagari. So he says, Ramchandraji, and see, as a younger brother, he says, can you ask Gurudev? Because Vashishji says, from now Vishwamitra is your Guru. Can you ask Gurudev that we can go and see? He asked Ramchandraji, can we go and see the city? Ramchandraji goes to sage Vashishta. Come on, youngsters have come. Mithila Nagari. If they are just going for sightseeing, who is going to stop them? But see, this is what culture does. Samskaras does. He goes to sage Vishwamitra and asks for permission that Lakshman wants to see Mithila Nagari. May I take him there? May I take him there? And Vishwamitra ji just says this much. Rama, only you know what Dharma is. And you wonder what is the meaning here. But these are the subtle things that we have to learn. That for this, there was no need to ask for permission also. But when you have come under the guidance, when there's an elder around, always ask them for permission. They're not going to stop you from everything. And if they stop you from something, listen to it, because they know from their experience what is good and bad for us. Even our sense will say that there's nothing wrong in what they wanted to do. But sage Vishwamitra said, but before it becomes dark, come back. Like every parent says. So old-fashioned. Yeah? They don't listen, and for life, their life is ruined sometimes by one accident, by one incident that can happen in these bars, etc. Come back soon. And there also when he goes, all the children seeing such handsome, all the ladies, and all the ladies wishing what? That our Sita must get him. Everybody is watching there, seeing these two handsome princes. And I tell you, the fastest way of communication, you know, right? Is not television, telefax, telephone. It's tell a woman. It's a compliment. Yeah. These days, don't say anything about a woman, but tell a woman, and the news reaches. The news had already reached the palace of Mithila Nagari. It had reached the palace of Mithila Nagari. And when Sita ji had come along with her friends to do Gauri Puja, Ramchandra ji had come to collect flowers from the garden for Guru's puja. And there also, what is, samskara, what is the right behavior? He doesn't go and pluck the flower. He asks the gardener, may I take some flowers for puja? And the gardener says, there is fragrant flowers, there's fragrant flowers. Now, while they were seeing even this meeting of Ramchandra ji and Sita, what do you understand? What is pure love, pure romance? Nowadays, dating means what? You don't even know the person, and there, one of her friends or maids, having moved around, suddenly spots this Gandharpa Aganita Amita Chabi Navanila Nirada Sundaram. She sees Ramchandra ji. She comes, from her eyes you can see that she has seen something wonderful. She just comes and holds on to Sita. Everybody understood, and already news had reached. Did you see the two princes? Yeah. If it was a modern teenage movie, no, nowadays girls. She says, she's Sita ji again. You can see from her poise, she's quiet. Her heart is throbbing. Her swayamvar is going to take place. Girls were given a choice, not anybody from the street. They were given the choice. It's the girl's choice to choose. Her heart is beating. And what a beautiful verse that is there in the Ramayana. Gira anayana nayana binubani. The speech has got no eyes, and eyes have got no speech. What I have seen, I cannot describe. What I can describe, I have not seen. So how can I describe? She just pulls Sita and brings, and Sita is looking out, and the mere walking of her at that time and her anklets, Ramchandra ji hears it and tells Lakshman, why is my heart stirring like this? Why is my heart stirring like this? It looks like Kamdev has, the Lord of Love, has started ringing his bells. And at that moment, Sita comes in front of the flower border and Ramchandraji from behind there, and the two see each other and aankhon aankhon mein, not haathon haathon mein. Yeah? Both just keep staring at each other. She knows that she's found her eternal beloved. They were just looking at each other, and that time Lakshman says, let's go, it's getting late. And he takes Ramchandra and the friends take Sita. Sita goes and prays to Gauri. She says, you know my heart, but she can't even say. And Gauri Puja is there, and those girls who can't get married or not getting married, or you can't get them to get married, you do that. Even boys, you do that Gauri Vandana that is there in Sri Ramcharitmanas, you watch how it happens. Anyway, so that. And when Ramchandraji comes home, after having done the Guru Seva, and when he is lying down and Lakshman is pressing his feet, I'm telling you, the words that Ramchandraji says, who says that, Ramayana is just a sad story? In fact, some of your filmy songs, those which are a hit and those that bring the subtlety of love have come from the Ramayana. And let me tell you one of them, where Bhagavan says, thinking to Lakshman, Lakshman, I don't know what comparison I can give to that very pretty girl that we saw. I would compare her to the sun, but the sun also has got fire in it. I would compare her to the moon, but the moon also has got a scar on it. Reminds you of something? Yeah? But all I can say is, I'm in love with her. But he says, why am I thinking like this? We Raghuvamshis will never look at another woman. So Lakshman says, she's not somebody else's woman. She looks unmarried. Maybe she's going to be your wife only. He says, really? This is the dialogue there. Huh? I'm putting in your language. It is that romance only that has continued in our Indian movies for years till now. Now it's changed. Finally, of course, the Swayamvar has been declared, and as you know, the story is very famous. All of them tried to pick up the bow. Dasharatha Maharaj finally got so upset. Is there not a man upon this earth? Lakshman said, what are you talking about? Where a Raghuvamshi went to get angry also, you should know. When people are speaking falsely ill about your country, about your culture, about your religion, about your parents, about your guru. Otherwise, when somebody says that you got a mole on your nose, like that, When you should get angry also, not at your parents. Lakshman stands up. Where there is a Raghuvanshi, arey what? I can take a whole Brahmand and I can throw it. What is this bow? Dasharatha Maharaj himself becomes quiet. But one thing about Lakshman, if anybody insults Raghuvamsh and Raghuvamshis or even Ramchandraji, he will stand up. But his anger is not uncontrolled. Ramchandra just tells him, calm down, Lakshman. Vishwamitra just tells him, he listens, and Vishwamitra says, Rama, now stand up and remove the sorrow of Dashrath. For that, Rama Bhagat Hita Naratanu Dhari. And as he walks to the bow, like the royal king of the forest, so magnificently he walks towards the bow with such poise, even though he is in love with Sita. Sita is looking at him and wondering, she's praying to Gauri Mata, you gave your blessings, you dropped the garland on me when I prayed, but please, 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 please make the bow light. The mothers are saying, what's wrong with this husband of ours, What's wrong with this king? Such a gentle boy, how is he going to pick up the bow? Why don't you just get him married? Can you get a handsome boy like this? Can you get such a noble boy like this? What's wrong with him? These kings just make the promises and then they'll give their daughter like that. They were again going on and on. Now since they were going on and Ramchandraji is walking there, we will leave it at that. Now what to do? I can continue, but they are all standing there trying to indicate time over, time over. You see? Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Shri Gurubhyo Namaha. Hari Om.
Hari Om. Another beautiful day has started. It's not just another day, it's a day where we are in the satsang amidst Swamijis and Brahmacharis, as well as it's a day to draw inspiration, compassion, and love, as Swamiji explained in his discourse. And it has only started. Of course, we have more discourses to come in the evening, as well as the Ramayana episode presentations as well. So before we move on to the Arati, morning Arati, I have a few announcements. First, online auction is on for the original coffee table book on Ramayana, depicted in the beautiful calligraphy art by our own Swami Sarveshananda of CMDFW. Copies are available for sale as well. Second, registration-less participation for the Aradhana Day coming up on Wednesday, August 3rd, Puja, the details of which, the step-by-step instructions of this Aradhana Day Puja are available at msc2022.cmdfw.org, as well as on the MSc 2022 participants WhatsApp group. Please go ahead and register. Of course, it's a registration-less registration, and take advantage of that. And we look forward to your participation in the puja. Dinner prasad will be provided this evening after the evening discourses. The new MP3 pen drives of lectures and bhajans are available in addition to the books at the bookstore here. This is particularly directed towards the in-person participants. finally, I have the list of Aarti sponsors and Yajman sponsors. If you are one of those who are here, please come forward for the morning Aarti. Pramukh Yajman, Pankaj and Manisha Asundi. Daily Yajmans are Ashok Dandekar, Pramod and Nilima Vemulapalli, Radha Janaki Raman, Radha Janaki Raman, Venkat Krishnaswamy, and Shankar Pillai. Morning Aarti sponsors are Preeti Mehul Sheth, Ramesh Kamath, Sitaram Kauta, and Sudha Dasari. Please come forward for the morning Aarti now. Thank you and Hari Om.
आरती श्री रामायण जी की, कीरति कलित ललित सियापी की, गावत ब्रह्मादिक मुनि नारद, बाल्मीक विज्ञान विशारद, सुख सनकादिशेष अरु सारद, बरनि पवन सुत कीरतिनी की, आरती श्री रामायण जी की, गावत वेद पुराण अष्टदश, छहो शास्त्र सब ग्रंथन को रस, मुनि जन धन संतन को सरबस, सार अंश सम्मत सब ही की, आरती श्री रामायण जी की, गावत संतत शंभु भवानी, अरुघट संभव मुनि विज्ञानी, व्यास आदि कवि बरज बखानी, काग भुसुंडी गरुड़ के ही की, आरती श्री रामायण जी की, कलिमल हरनि विषय रस फीकी, सुभग सिंगार मुक्ति जुबती की, दलन रोग भव मूरी अमी की, तात मात सब विधि तुलसी की, आरती श्री रामायण जी की, कीरति कलित ललित सियापी की, आरती श्री रामायण जी की, सियावर रामचंद्र की जय, पवन सुत हनुमान की जय, उमापति महादेव की जय, बोलो रे भाई सब संतन की जय, सद्गुरुनाथ महाराज की जय।
संबल है, बस एक यही मेरा बल है, तब माई कृपा। अज्ञान भरे, संशय से भरे, विपरीत विचारों से भी भरे। अज्ञान भरे, संशय से भरे, विपरीत विचारों से भी भरे। अज्ञान भरे, संशय से भरे, विपरीत विचारों से भी भरे। अज्ञान भरे, संशय से भरे, विपरीत विचारों से भी भरे। मन के अंधकार को दूर करे वचनामृत से, तव बोध कृपा। मन के अंधकार को दूर करे वचनामृत से, तव बोध कृपा। मन के अंधकार को दूर करे वचनामृत से, तव बोध कृपा। मन के अंधकार को दूर करे वचनामृत से, तव बोध कृपा। गुरुदेव तव महनीय कृपा। गुरुदेव तव महनीय कृपा। गुरुदेव तव महनीय कृपा। पल पल पग पग जीवन पथ पर, गुरु साथ मेरे रक्षक बनकर। पल पग पग जीवन पथ पर, गुरु साथ मेरे रक्षक बनकर। पल पल पग पग जीवन पथ पर, गुरु साथ मेरे
give me some time to do it. Lord, please let me wash your feet before you shore to the other shore of the Ganges. You ferry people across the ocean of samsara. How can I accept payment from you, Lord? I don't want anything, but I do have a small request, my Lord.
What is it, Kevat?
I have made you cross the river today. When my time comes, please take me across the samsara sagara. That will be a return to me, my Lord. We wish to be at your lotus feet.
I am pleased with your bhakti, with your love and devotion for me. You will attain mukti from this material world. Lord, your devotion.
नहीं
श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। ॐ सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। ॐ शन्नो मित्रश्रं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः। नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्वक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु वक्तारम्।
ऊर्ध्वं जिगातु भेषजम् शन्नो सम्भृतं पृषदाज्यम् पशुभुस्तागुश्चक्रे वायव्यान् आरण्यान् ग्राम्याश्च ये तस्माद्यज्ञात् सर्वहुतः ऋचः सामानि जज्ञिरे छन्दागूसि जज्ञिरे तस्मात् यजुस्तस्मादजायत तस्मादश्वा अजायन्त ये केचोभयादतः गावो भजज्ञिरे तस्मात्। ॐ श्री गणेशाय नमः। ॐ श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ सहनावतु सहनौ भुनक्तु। ॐ श्री गणेशाय नमः। ॐ श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। ॐ सहनावतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यङ्करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। ॐ अथ पुरुषो ह वै नारायणो कामयत प्रजासृजेयेति नारायणात् प्राणो जायते मनः सर्वेन्द्रियाणि च खं वायुर्ज्योतिरापः पृथिवी विश्वस्य धारिणी नारायणात् ब्रह्मा जायते नारायणाद् रुद्रो जायते नारायणादिन्द्रो जायते नारायणात् प्रजापतयः प्रजायन्ते नारायणाद्वादशादित्या रुद्रा वसवः सर्वाणि च छन्दागूसि न द्वितीयोऽस्ति कश्चित् य एवं वेद स विष्णुरेव भवति स विष्णुरेव भवति। ओमित्यग्रे व्याहरेत् नम इति पश्चात् नारायणायेत्युपरिष्टात् ओमित्येकाक्षरम् नम इति द्वे अक्षरे जापत्यगु रायस्पोषं गौपत्यम् ततोऽमृतत्वमश्नुते ततोऽमृतत्वमश्नुत इति य एवं वेद प्रत्यगानन्दं ब्रह्म पुरुषं प्रणवस्वरूपम् अकार उकारं कारणरूपमकार परब्रह्मोम् एतदथर्वशिरो योधीते प्रातरं विश्वन्नारायणं देवमक्षरं परमं पदं विश्वतः परमान्नित्यं विष्णुपरिषत्। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति पारायण पुण्यं लभते अभिमुखो धियानः पञ्चपातकोपपातकात् प्रमुच्यते। कारणरूपमकार परब्रह्मोम् एतदथर्वशिरो योधीते प्रातरधीयानो रात्रिकृतं पापन्नाशयति सायमधीयानो दिवसकृतं पापन्नाशयति माध्यन्दिनमादित्याभिमुखो धियानः पञ्चपातकोपपातकात् प्रमुच्यते सर्ववेदापारायण पुण्यं लभते नारायण सायुज्यमवाप्नोति नारायण सायुज्यमवाप्नोति य एवं वेद इत्युपनिषत् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः हरिः ॐ सहस्रशीर्षं देवं विश्वाक्षं विश्वशम्भुवं विश्वन्नारायणं देवमक्षरं परमं पदं विश्वतः परमान्नित्यं विश्वन्नारायणगोहरिं विश्वमेवेदं पुरुषस्तद्विश्वमुपजीवति पतिं विश्वस्यात्मेश्वरगु शाश्वतगु शिवमच्युतं नारायणं महाज्ञेयं विश्वमणियोर्ध्वा व्यवस्थितः नीलतो यदमध्यस्ताद्विद्युल्लेखेव भास्वरा नीवारशूकवत्तन्वी पीताभास्वत्यणूपमा तस्याः शिखाया मध्ये परमात्मा व्यवस्थितः सब्रह्मतनवान् भवति ॐ योपां पुष्पं वेद पुष्पमहे वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्नो विष्णुः प्रचोदयात् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ योपां पुष्पं वेद पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति चन्द्रमा वा अपां पुष्पम् पुष्पवान् प्रजावान् पशुमान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति अग्निर्वा अपो वा अमुष्यतपत आयतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति चन्द्र यः पर्जन्यस्यायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति आपो वै पर्जन्यस्यायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति य एवं वेद योपामायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति संवत्सरो वा अपामायतनम् आयतनवान् भवति यः संवत्सरस्यायतनं वेद आयतनवान् भवति ॐ तद्वायुः ॐ तदात्मा ॐ तत्सत्यम् ॐ तत्सर्वम् ॐ तत्पुरोर्नमः अन्तश्चरति भूतेषु गुहायां विश्वमूर्तिषु आपो ज्योतिरसोऽमृतं ब्रह्म भूर्भुवस्सु ॐ शान्ति 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 ॐ श्रीगणेशाय नमः ॐ श्रीसरस्वत्यै नमः ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः ॐ सहना
Oh, so you maybe want to just put it
करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ ब्रह्म मे तुमा ॐ श्री गणेशाय नमः ॐ श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः ॐ सहनाववतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तेजस्विनावधीतमस्तु मा विद्विषावहै ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ ॐ ब्रह्म मे तुमां मधुमे तुमां ब्रह्ममेव मधुमे तुमां यास्ते सोम प्रजावत्सोभिसो अहं दुष्वप्नहं दुरुषः यास्ते सोम प्राणागुस्ताञ्जोमि त्रिसुपर्णमयाचितं ब्राह्मणाय दद्यात् ब्रह्महत्यां वा ये ते घ्नन्ति ये ब्राह्मणास्त्रिसुपर्णं पठन्ति ते सोमं प्राप्नुवन्ति आसहस्रात् पङ्क्तिं पुनन्ति ॐ ब्रह्ममेधया मधुमेधया ब्रह्ममेव मधुमेधया अद्यानो देवसवितः प्रजावत्सावीसौभगम् परा दुष्वप्नियगुसुव विश्वानि देवसवितर्दुरितानि परासुव यद्भद्रं तन्म आसुव मधुवातारुतायते मधुक्षरन्ति सिन्धवः माध्वीर्नः सन्त्वोषधीः मधुनक्तमुतोषसि मधुमत्पार्थिवगुरजः मधुद्यौरस्तु नः पिता मधुमान्नो वनस्पतिर्मधुमागुवस्नां पदवी कवीनां ऋषिर्विप्राणां महिषो मृगाणां श्येनो गृध्राणागु स्वधितिर्वनानागु सोम पवित्रमत्येतिरेभन् हगुसशुचिषद्वसुरन्तरिक्षसद्धोता वेदिशदतिथिर्दुरोणसत् नृषद्वरसधृतसद्व्योमसदब्जा घोजाऋतजा अध्रिजाऋतं बृहत् ऋचेत्वा ऋचेत्वा समित्स्रवन्ति सरितो नधेनाः अन्तर्हृदा मनसा पूयमानाः घृतस्य धारा अभिचाकशीमि हिरण्ययो वेतसो मध्य आसाम् तस्मिन् सुपर्णो मधुकृत्कुलायी भजन्नास्ते मधुदेवताभ्यः तस्यासते हरयः सप्ततीरे स्वधान्दुहाना अमृतस्य धाराम् य इदं त्रिसुपर्णमयाचितं ब्राह्मणाय दद्यात् वीरहत्यां वा ये ते घ्नन्ति ये ब्राह्मणास्त्रिसुपर्णं पठन्ति ते सोमं प्राप्नुवन्ति आसहस्रात् पङ्क्तिं पुनन्ति ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्म हविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्म कर्म समाधिना अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः ॐ येन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्म कर्म समाधिना।
अहं वैश्वानरो भूत्वा प्राणिनां देहमाश्रितः।
ॐ स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः ॐ स्वस्ति ॐ स्वस्ति ॐ स्वस्ति प्रजाभ्यः परिपालयन्तां न्याय्येन मार्गेण महीं महिषाः। गोब्राह्मणेभ्यः शुभमस्तु नित्यं। लोकाः समस्ताः सुखिनो भवन्तु। काले वर्षतु पर्जन्यः। पृथिवी सस्यशालिनी। देशोऽयं क्षोभरहितः। ब्राह्मणाः सन्तु निर्भयाः। ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः। हरिः ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। हरिः ॐ। ॐ श्री गणेशाय नमः। ॐ श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ श्री ॐ श्री गणेशाय नमः। ॐ श्री सरस्वत्यै नमः। ॐ श्री गुरुभ्यो नमः। ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय। ॐ अथात्मानवो शिवात्मानवो श्रीरुद्ररूपं ध्यायेत्। शुद्धस्फटिकसङ्काशं त्रिनेत्रं पञ्चवक्त्रकं गङ्गाधरं दशभुजं सर्वाभरणभूषितं नीलग्रीवं शशाङ्काङ्कं नागयजाय चापरजाय च नमो मध्यमाय नमो जघन्याय च बुध्नियाय च नमः सोऽभ्याय च प्रतिसर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च कल्याय च श्लोक्याय चावसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्षेतृभ्यश्च वो नमो नमस्तक्षभ्यो रथकारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः कुलालेभ्यः कर्मारेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः पुञ्जिष्टेभ्यो निषादेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः इषुकृद्भ्यो धन्वकृद्भ्यश्च वो नमो मृगयुभ्यश्वनेभ्यश्च वो नमो नमः श्वभ्यश्वपतिभ्यश्च वो नमः नमो भवाय च रुद्राय च नमः शर्वाय च पशुपतये च नमो नीलग्रीवाय च नमः कपर्दिने च व्युक्तकेशाय च नमः सहस्राक्षाय च शतधयोश्च मनुरागुसश्च तान्यज्ञस्य मायया सर्वान् वैदामहे मृत्यवे स्वाहा। ॐ महागणपतये नमः। शञ्च मे मयश्च मे प्रियञ्च मे नुकामश्च मे कामश्च मे सौमनश्च मे भद्रञ्च मे श्रेयश्च मे वस्यश्च मे यशश्च मे भगश्च मे द्रविणञ्च मे यन्ता च मे धर्ता च मे क्षेमश्च